Good morning Harukanen. Okay, so this grass of field is what we're gonna continue working on today, because although it's somewhat pretty, it's far from performant. So we're running at 30 FPS here. Definitely feels like less, but yeah. And if you try to look at the horizon, you can see some popping going on as well. Like you can see the grass going from low resolution to high resolution, or like the mesh. And of course, extremely far away you don't even see any grass. So yeah, let's continue working on this, because I definitely want to support a grass field from horizon to horizon. And one thing I thought about, so let's take a look by going to scene. Ooh, what are we working with here? That's a pretty weird pattern for the tessellation, so let's see what we can do about that, because that's definitely going to be visual. I wonder, probably has to do with this one right here. Okay, so just to reiterate what we have here. So the first step of optimizing this grass, or being able to visualize grass over vast fields, is to lower the amount of base mesh tessellation we do based on distance from camera. And right now we have two variables that control that: subdivision bounds and subdivision camera distance bounds. So it's pretty much like this. This is the maximum subdivision we will support. This is the minimum subdivision we will support. And if the camera is at this distance from a vertex or lower, then we do this subdivision. If it's at this distance or higher, we do this subdivision. And between those two, we interpolate between these two. That's pretty much it. Although yeah, we can see the layers here. Right now we do the interpolation linearly. I'm starting to think that we might want to go... Is this better? this gives a lot of popping. So I'm wondering if we can add some pattern to this, to the actual tessellation. What's up, Minimum Studios? How are you doing today? Because right now, if we check subdivision 40 times, pretty sick. Let's go 10. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 4. Yeah, I wonder if we want to skip uneven numbers. We don't right now, but if you check going from 2 to 4 just adds vertices, right? But going from 2 to 3 moves vertices as well. So if we take 2 and we check this vertex, I think. Let's see what happens if we go to 3. Yeah, this one gets removed and replaced by this triangle here. So this is something that highlights popping. So when we get closer to something and we re-tessellate the ground mesh, changing like this vertex into a triangle, that will support popping. Although, since we don't generate the grass straws, we generate the grass straws in the middle of a triangle instead of a vertex, which means that going from 2 to 4 is 2 to 4 is probably also going to highlight popping, unfortunately. So this could probably be one of the reasons you want to generate grass on vertices instead of in the middle of a triangle, and also the optimization of it. If you do grass straw by vertex, then going from 2 to 4 will only add grass straws, not alter grass straws. Right? Uh, 4, 6. I don't know. 4, 6. Are we gonna have to go? Yeah, I think we're gonna have to go 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. And 64. Okay, I want to check if this is true before continue. So right now we generate grass straws in the middle of the triangles. This, probably gonna have to change this to vertices if this is true, to minimize popping. But There was some drawbacks by generating it per vertex instead of triangle. So we're gonna have to deal with those again, once again. But yeah. So you want to go 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. The question is, so we actually have a function here, partitioning. I think it's this one, so we do it by integer right now. I think we want to keep it like that. But yes, so do we have notes here still? Notes. Position grass straws at vertices to minimize popping. Ooh, this sucks. So, but if we can make it work by creating the grass straws at the vertices, we're gonna be able to get rid of a lot of extra calculations, a lot of interpolations. The hard part is going to be, we're working on a geometry shader that takes triangles. So if we just generate on the first vertex blindly, we're gonna generate duplicated grasses of blade, or blade of grass. We want to avoid that. Okay, so now we're back at this issue again. But let's start by doing this. Subdivision bounds, subdivision camera distance bounds. All is good over here. Nice to hear. Nice to hear. Getting over the type of game. Let's take a look. Are you okay with me showing it on stream? Okay, nice. Let's see here. Okay, so it's a rage type of game. What is it? Rage inducing. So let's see. Sunny or rainy, you say. So this is sunny and this is rainy. I can imagine this being kind of ragey. That looks nice. I like how how he moves and stuff like that. But yeah, sunny or rainy. I don't know why not both. Like for different different parts of the map. I don't know. It's hard. Yeah, this is a bit more atmospheric right now, I think. But yeah, I would probably support both, to be honest. Maybe you're right, maybe eventually you get above the clouds and get sunny. Dude, that would be sick. That would be sick. Okay, subdivision bounds. I want to have a float subdivision exponent. Right, one. Oh, no. Fuck it, let's just do it like this. Subdivision bounds. And we do... so this one should be pow to subdivision. So if this is 1, we get 2. We can have 0 here as well. Okay. And we had some progress on improving, like stylizing the grass a bit more. And I actually have, so we have grass realistic and grass stylized right now, but currently I'm working with this test here because we need to optimize it now. Okay, let's see here. So 0. Actually 10, 50, 0. Subdivision bounds 0 to 0. This is weird. So 2 to the power of 0. Oh yeah, we do max here. We don't want to do that. There we go. It's gonna be hard getting the, or stylizing the grass, but I think we'll be able to eventually. Okay, so this is the original plane we have, and then the closer we are, we subdivide once, twice. Yeah, okay, so now we do subdivision as 2 to the power of x, where x is the subdivision. Which means that we don't alter already made vertices, which will remove a lot of popping. But this is under the assumption that we generate vertices, or that we generate grass of blade of grass on vertices instead of in the middle of the triangle. And let me explain why we want to do it in the middle of the triangle, or why we did. Oops. So right now we generate grass in the middle of each triangle. So in the geometry shader we loop through, or we iterate, or in the geometry shader we do something for each triangle. So each triangle has 3 points, 1, 2, 3, and we calculate the middle point, and then we spawn a grass here. Then we do it for this triangle, this triangle, this triangle, this triangle, this triangle, this triangle, this triangle. So we end up with, so given 8 triangles, we get 8 grass of blades. Why am I saying grass of blades all the time? Blades of grass. But if we do it per vertex, so for triangles located like this, we do it for the first vertex, so this one, and then this one for this one for this one, and this one for this one. And now it's pretty visible, I think, that when we're going to generate a blade of grass for this triangle, we can't choose a vertex without getting like spawning a blade of grass on an already spawned blade of grass. So if we take a look at this triangle, we can't do it here on this vertex, we can't do it on this vertex, and we can't do it on this vertex. Would it be possible to work with quads instead? Because if we worked with quads, we could spawn it here, here, and here, and here. So for 4 quads, we get 4 blades of grass, which is going to look a little bit weird here, 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 and here, but that's okay. We won't be getting any duplicates, at least. But if we work with quads instead of triangles, we're gonna have to do mesh unity topology, get topology, mesh topology. We're gonna have to set this one because otherwise we're working with triangles. And if we're going to change the implementation so we work with quads instead of triangles, we're going to have to rewrite the hull functions. So we're going to have to rewrite this one, but not that much, I don't think. Only this, I think. And we change the domain here. Can we possibly do this? If it's triangles, do you get an index? What's up, by the way? I'm me. If only generate if index is equal to 0. And I don't think that fixes the problem. Okay, so we have this triangle and this triangle. So we have these triangles. If we only generate on index 0. So for triangles that are located like this, index 0 is here. But where do we want to put index 0 for triangles like this? No matter where we put it, we're gonna have duplicated spawn points, right? So working with triangles, we want to But does it? Yeah, I think it does. Like, oh, yeah, we don't have the overall indices. We don't have the overall indices. We have... So this is what we get. Triangle and its 3 vertices. What's up, JD? We're still working on the grass shader. We're trying to optimize it now. And we ran into a problem. So right now we generate grass blades in the middle of each triangle. But that like the optimization we want to do is that we want to tessellate the underlying mesh based on the distance from camera. And if we minimize the tessellation like this, the vertices, they don't change, we just add additional vertices. But if we generate the grass in the middle of a triangle, by changing the tessellation, we're gonna have grasses or blades of grass moving around. So you're gonna see a lot of popping. But if we generate the blades of grass on the vertex instead, then we can minimize the popping you see, because we're only generating new vertices, not moving old ones. Okay. So right now, trying to find a nice way to regenerate the grass, but instead of generating it in the middle of a triangle, we do it on one of the vertices. But if we do it on one of the vertices, we're gonna get like blades of grass on the same location. So now I'm thinking, do we need to, instead of doing it as a triangle approach, we do it as a quad approach? Because if we have the same mesh but made of quads instead, and we only generate the blade of grass on the first vertex, we're gonna get one blade of grass here, one here, one here, and one here. There must be white papers about this, probably. The fuck you on about? I'm me. Of course I am. You could skip placing grass every other triangle index if I understand it correctly. It would be more like skipping every other triangle. So we place, for this one we place one grass on the index 0. For this triangle we don't place any grass. For this triangle we place on index 0, we get this one. For this one we don't place any grass. For this one we place on index 0, we get this one. For this one we don't place anything. For this one we place on index 0, we get this one. For this one we don't place anything. So you could go about it doing it like that as well, but like having branching on shaders is like, you want to avoid it, especially if there's a lot of calculations being done. So doing it that way, like skipping every other triangle, would be doing it like quad-wise, but less optimized. I'm interested in if I can re-implement my hull shader and domain shader. So instead of domain triangles, we use quads. I wonder if I can do that without having to change the mesh topology in C#. That would probably wouldn't be too bad. Let's see. So let's go 0. And let's see what we need to change. Triangle, let's go to HLSL geometry shader. Oh, fuck me, yeah, that's true. We're not even able to work with quads in the geometry shader. We can only choose between these, so that removes that possibility. We won't be able to move to quads, geometry shaders don't support it. We only have point, line, line, adjacent, triangle, triangle, adjacent to work with. Too bad, too bad. Okay, so we're probably gonna have to draw grass for this triangle, but not for this one. So what's the best approach? I don't know if that's true. I mean, we have done a lot of things, but now we're back a couple of steps because now we're on the optimization step. And for optimization to work, or to be able to implement it the best way possible, we're gonna have to re-implement some previous things, or but re-implement them in a different way. That's just how it is sometimes, you know. Don't optimize early. I don't think this is... The fuck you. Like... I think we are in an optimization stage. Like, this is not early, this is just the correct time. If we want to support a field of grass, we're gonna have to optimize now. So we have a lot of popping, we have a low FPS, we pretty much need to optimize it now. I don't know what you get out of this trolling, but it's not that fun, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Okay, so onwards, let's see, 0, and let's move on to this issue again. Changing to generating per vertex is going to, so we're gonna get rid of a lot of barycentric interpolations. That's true. And the only information we have here, domain shader output. We define it ourselves. We only have these things. What can we do with this? So we're probably gonna have to add some information ourselves in vertex shader input maybe, or vertex shader output. But so it's like marking some vertices. Then of course we could move to point based. But this, like, you have no idea how, like, the gameplay will actually look, I don't think. Like, terraforming and changing, like, if it's dirt or grass or water, it's a pretty big part of the game. Short grass, high grass. Like, the player should be able to control this, and if I can't even support a, I don't know, 20 times 20 meter patch of grass, then I'm not going to be able to support, like, choosing the grass. I wouldn't say this is pre-optimizing. Like, since we have a grass shader in place, it works, it looks nice. It's affected by wind, but we can only make it work on a 10 by 10 patch. But it only works on a 10 by 10 patch. I want it to work on a 100 times 100 patch. Because if it only works on a 10 by 10, then it's no point having it in game. But what I'm trying to tell you is that look, so first of all, even if grass wasn't a big part of the game mechanics in this game, I would still like to do it this way around, because for me it's important that I'm having fun, like, during the development as well. And I won't be having fun if I don't have, like, some nice grass in place, some nice visuals in place. I don't want to work with boxes and gray materials all the time. Okay, so if we jump back to doing it with points, like, that will work, but I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to change it in at some point I'm gonna have to change it back to triangles. So probably if we do points as input to the geometry shader, and then we do convert it to triangles in here, which it is by default, I think. So, and we want to do this as well. Okay, let's see here. Let's try and do it by points, see what we get. Okay, actually, let's do this. I appreciate it, I'm me, but yeah, we're gonna do this. Procedural grass, let's duplicate this one. Actually, let's see, I did commit this rather recently. let's just do it. So we have vertex shader output leads us to the hull shader, where we use domain try right now. But we want to do where do we have? I wonder how the tessellation will be though. A little bit worried about this one. Or could we actually work with triangles up to this point? Is that possible? Domain shader output, or actually domain shader output. Do we need to? Do we need to match this one with this one? Maybe we don't. Let's see. So I think we can do, let's do 0.1, and the only difference is that we comment this out and instead do float 3 position world space is equal to input. I wonder if maybe we can skip this as well. I don't know. Input dot position world space. But by doing this, we won't be able to do this either. So we won't be able to recreate the underlying ground, which sucks. What up, Cypher? Which means that we're gonna have to have two materials, one for the ground, one for the grass straws. Yeah, not having this one is gonna suck. One sec though, let's go back real quick. I need to check one thing. So if we generate it per in the middle of each triangle, it's going to change, right? I think so. 3, 2, 1. So right now that would mean that we generate one grass straw here, but if we change, is that still in the middle of this one? If so, that's okay. Fuck, I should try this. Let's see. Yeah, we're gonna have popping still. Let's see. 4. So we have one grass straw here, and if we change, well, actually, yeah, but this one gets removed, unfortunately. Or does it? Does the proportion of that one change? Let's do wind. Where do we have wind strength 0? Yeah, so it's roughly these. It's pretty much the same position, but some of the variables get changed. That's unfortunate. So some small changes in the seed for the normal float. So when we calculate the width and height and such of the grass blades, we do random, and we do it by this function random float, and to that one we send in world position pretty much. And based on tessellation, like it might appear to be on the exact same position, but there's probably some small variance which leads to the properties of this one being widely different, even though it's in the same position. And that is gonna lead to popping. But if we could get rid of that one, I think that's much easier. So we still keep it as triangles, and we still generate the grass blades in the middle of the triangles. But if we could get the seed, like I want, if we have this tessellation and then we have this tessellation, I want the properties of this one to be the exact same. Every vert instead of every center triangle. Yeah, that was the rabbit hole we were into first. which leads to, we have to skip some vertices in that case. So if we do it by the first vertex of every triangle instead of the center, so for this triangle we generate a vertex here, for this triangle we generate it here, for this triangle we generate it here, for this triangle we generate it here. But then when it comes to these triangles, which vertex do we choose to generate the grass blade at? And no matter which vertex we choose, we're gonna have duplicated grass straws. So either here, then we have 2 grass straws here, here, then we have 2 here, and then we have here. Skip it, question mark, okay, but we also went down that hole. So like, what is the variable you choose to skip this one on? Like, how do you know which triangles to skip or which vertices to skip? No. I don't have a plan. It's it's Wild West here. I'm trying to converge towards one though. I wonder if I could use some random function that has a little bit more pattern to it, so that like this position here and this position here is pretty much the same, but we have some tiny variance of it, or some tiny variance which leads to the properties being widely different. But then again, yeah. Like when we tessellate, the closer the character gets to an area of the ground and we start tessellating it, these differences in properties are going to lead to visual popping, which is going to screw up some stuff. And that's why we want the grass blades to be somewhat similar. Although the position of this one and this one, I think they are roughly the same. Yeah, just rotated differently. So like if we had, let's do grass bend 0.2, 0.2, 0.6, and we also have no rotation. Then we have this grass straw here, and if we change to 3, 4, 5, so then we just generate more grass straws and the popping won't be as apparent. But thanks to the randomization, Could you round? So right now we use position, world space, the different so X, Y, and Z here in different orders as the seed to the random float. I wonder if you could round this one. So give me position, like remove the error part of it. So round it to, so instead of going 0.0, or instead of basing these or having the seed be 0.010002, you just round it so it's 0.01. I don't know. So let's do to the nearest integer. Trunk. It's probably not round, but okay, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't care about that. Yeah, we're just working with integers. thought we had it in here, but maybe we don't. Maybe we have util random seed XYZ. So as I see it, we have two different ways forward. Either making this one less random, pretty much, or working on vertices instead of this. But the question is, will that even... Let's try, see how it looks just. So we do, let's see, position world space is equal to input 0. Position world space, position normal world space, we actually want to do this here. Okay, so this approach, we create all of these based on like the middle of the triangle. Here we just take the first vertex. This one is going to lead to grass straws occupying the same vertex pretty much. But will it lead to, will we get less popping when we tessellate it differently? Yes. So look at this grass straw, it has the exact same seed, even though that is beautiful. But we have a lot of duplicated grass straws here right now. So this is what I would like to happen. I want to see, let's see if the popping is as apparent. It's pretty straightforward that it will be less apparent. Whoa. It's still insanely apparent. That's insane. Trying to see if is it really that apparent based on what do we have? 5, 0, 10, 50. Yeah, you add, like, you double the amount of grass, or you actually add, what is it, 4 times the amount of grass. But is it that apparent? Yeah, maybe it is. Yeah. It's just... I really thought it would be less. So maybe then, like, this is a non-issue because this popping is still pretty damn apparent, right? It's insane. So what if we do, right now we have 6 closest here, and we do 60. Six closest is still way too much. 5, this is way too little. Or is it? Looks pretty shit. $20. So now you have the popping way down in the distance, but like it's still... Gonna have to go with 30. So now the popping is... It's still apparent, but way more hidden. What if we go with 20 and 6? Jesus. We can't have this tessellation too close to the player, then it's way too apparent. What's up, huge cabbage? I guess you're meaning this one here. Yeah, gonna have to fix that. Like this clip, like this popping, it's almost the same as, let's move these back again, or include those again. And we can see that we get way less grass, and that's because we generate them on the same position instead. But the popping here is just as bad. It's almost worse, right? So that doesn't really matter. Oops. Good morning, etc. Like a hack you usually do when it comes to, like, if you want to avoid popping, what we could do is if there was some way for us to, okay, that won't work with this solution. Yeah, the wind will probably help a bit. Not that much. So this is 0.5, so pretty strong. So usually what you can do to avoid the popping is you pretty much you spawn the new extra grass blades under the ground, and the closer you are, the more you heighten them above the terrain. So then the popping won't be as apparent, because when you tessellate it more, you generate the new grass straws under the ground, and yet then you just like lerp them upwards. This, however, won't help in the case of us generating the grass straws in the middle of the triangle, because then we still have the random float seed error. But if we do this and then go with heightening the grass blades up from the ground, then it will look way better. But then you have the problem of knowing which grass blade that is like a result of the latest subdivision. So then the question is, can you add some information in the domain shader or the hull shader? But okay, let's go with this. So now we have optimized it a tiny bit. Still really bad performance, and we have this visual error of depopping. But I wanna add some additional optimizations before we try and fully fix those issues. And one of them being like how many quads we use per grass blade. Currently we use 4 quads per grass blade, even though the grass blade is extremely far away. And this is decided right about here, grass subdivision. We do a minimum between grass subdivision and max grass subdivision. So this is another spot where we want to do so in the hull patch constant function, we calculate the distance, and based on the distance we calculate a t, so between the camera distance bounds, and then we do a lerp to get the actual number of subdivision we want to do. This was okay when we were only using this one here. I wonder if like we want to do a very similar calculation for these quads. So then it's a question of what's the best way to do it. Calculate it just once here, and once in the geometry shader, or calculate it once in the domain shader and send it onwards. I don't know. It would be in the hull shader, I think. Or actually, let's see here. Let's see. I thought we had a better, here we go, maybe. Computer. We should have a diagram somewhere. Domain shader. Tessellation stages. Thank you. This is what I was looking for. So patch control points, hull shader, patch control points, patch constant data, and this one is sent onwards to the domain shader. The problem being, give me all your love. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. So right now we have some optimization done in the patch constant data function. Patch control points. So we can't really reuse that one, I don't think, because it happens, like we don't really have that much control over it. So whatever we calculate, although let's see, here we have it. Good morning, Dragon Spirit Games. Yeah, it's starting to shape up. This Tuesday is starting to shape up. Hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday as well. So, could probably hull shader. I don't think we can do it. Nah, because we're gonna use... Okay, we're gonna do it twice, whatever. I should probably... Base mesh properties, subdivision bounds, subdivision camera distance bounds. Grass subdivision, let's do... Do I want to reuse this one? Let's try with separate ones for now. What the fuck, Dragon Spirit? Yeah, that doesn't sound good. Hopefully you will get better soon. But an okay, that's still good. So let's see, grass subdivision bounds. And let's start with 1. One sec here. Subdivision bounds, camera distance bounds. Five 0 20 60. Yeah, okay, we're doing it correct. So we pretty much want something similar here. Grass division bounds. Let's go with 4 1. Grass subdivision cam. Oh, that's nice to hear, Dragon Spirit, by the way. That's nice to hear. Grass subdivision camera distance bounds. What do I want to go with here? It's going to be a vector and default. I think we can go with 10, 20, I don't know. And then we take these two and we add them to the long list of variables. Grass subdivision. The idea is to replace this one with these two. Grass subdivision bounds, grass subdivision camera distance bounds. Okay. So the idea is to use grass subdivision, this one right here. So before we do this, we want to calculate something here. And we want to do it by I'm just going to take this right here because it's the exact same logic we're going to use, but we're going to do it in the geometry shader instead. Put it here. So we calculate a distance between the world space camera and position world space. And based on this distance, we calculate a t, and here we do grass subdivision distance bound dot x. Okay. And then we calculate a int grass subdivision. What is it? Round. Like this. Okay, so based on the distance from the camera, we subdivide each grass straw a varying amount. And then we use this one to we also want to compare it to this one, max grass subdivision. Because the geometry shader has a limit of how many vertex counts you can output, or how many vertices you can output. And right now this variable here defines it, and I think it's, what did we put it to? 16. Yeah, that's okay. So we still want that checked there. Let's see. Shaders are fun, but my wood shader has one weird quality. When I open my solution, it basically is out of place. As soon as I select it in hierarchy or run the game, it jumps back into place. That's a little bit weird. That's a little bit weird, indeed. Okay. So what do we have here? Grass subdivision bounds 4, 1, 10, 20. So this one is harder to check, but grass blades far away here should be 1. I want to try it. So let's do plane. Let's change this one to 3 maybe. Is it easier to see? And then we check. Okay, so this one has 4. If we do 2, now they have 2. A little bit weird that they get lower, however. Okay, so that's wrong. We need to fix that. Definitely. The fuck? Does it get longer? Yes, it does. Okay, let's fix that one. But how about this one? Five, 1, 5. So this one is 3, 3. I'm having a hard time to see. So when I'm in the scene view, this geometry shader is based on this camera. But okay, look at this one. This one. Yeah, okay. 4, 1, 0, and what was it, 20. But then becoming longer or shorter, that's pretty weird. Masij, sorry about the pronunciation once again, but what's up? How are you doing today? MF. Okay, so why are we getting longer or shorter? Grass subdivision. Are we using this somewhere else before? Like random height. Oh, Fabic. Oh, yo. How are you doing today? I don't see how grass subdivision changes the actual length of the grass straw. That is extremely weird, isn't it? Grass subdivision, however, if we set it to 0, we're gonna screw up a lot of things. But let's see here. We calculate T here. We use T here. Let's take a look at this one. T. Okay. Bending. Origin world space. It should be okay. Good, finally woke up early to catch your stream. I appreciate it. Appreciate you dropping by. I'm still trying to wrap my head around your destructible terrain or destructible implementation. It's very interesting and impressive so far. Okay, so why the hell do my grass straws become smaller if we change the subdivision bounds? That's extremely weird, I think. We didn't have that problem before. Let's take a look and do grass subdivision. Let's do grass subdivision. Or did we have it? Have I changed some implementation? So now we change it by this one instead. Actually we do. Oh no, we don't. They maybe don't get... okay. It's the bending. So if we do 0 bend and let's disable the wind, disable the bending, and then we do subdivision 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, it's the bending. If we do 4, 3, 2. Yeah, okay, we get weirder and weirder bending like this. Makes sense. Okay, I get it. So if we do no random bend and we do a subdivision of 4 and then we re-add this subdivision instead and we do 3, but this one actually becomes smaller. Jesus, what the fuck? Lil Rider, what's up? Hey, just for your information, your videos don't save anymore. Yeah, I'm having problems with copyright with the sound, the music I'm using for my streams. I'm looking into it. I appreciate it. There exists one other site where you can see the stream VODs, however, over on my YouTube. They still save it, but they are saved, but they have monetization errors. So I'm looking into it. I'm gonna see if I can get some other music source. But I appreciate the heads up, thank you. Okay, so using this one minimizes the... this one minimizes. Is it because of this one? It shouldn't be, right? Because this one was an int previously as well. But this is probably the only reason I can see for this one. Or is it? But this is float, this is float. This one should be... Fuck. This is... And once again, if we use grass subdivision here instead, then we don't have this problem. Oops. 3, 2, 1. Okay. This is the only place. So we instantiate it as round. We lerp between this one and this one. And then we round it. Is this the error? We round it to an integer. Ooh, is this it? What the fuck? Make this make sense. This screws up the length of the grass straws. This does not. Here we take the grass subdivision. Grass subdivision bounds. Do we use this one anywhere else? 12. It's an int. Ooh. Okay, yeah, it's me. It's my fault. Jesus. Oh yeah. We check. How could I have missed this one? Okay, so if t is bigger than 0, then we do this, otherwise 0.0. Grass 1 divided by grass subdivision times height. No. Should t times height. We should. Yeah, this is max height, this is max width. Although width multiplier. Yeah, okay, it's me. I think I've screwed some things up here. We could probably... Yeah, we want to do this outside. Bend, what do we have here? Bend multiplier times bend. So look at this. Here we send in... What is it? Yeah, the maximum bend of this grass straw, not the actual bend for these vertices. So this one, and this one can be cleaned up, I think. So height, every time we use it in here, it's multiplied by t, correct? Or here it's actually multiplied by... this one, which should be equal to t. Oh, we have two t's here as well. That's not good. That we need to fix that. But I divided by grass subdivision. Yeah. But here we do 1 divided by grass subdivision. Oh yeah. To get the rotation correct, yes. So we're gonna need delta height as well. That's true. Or can we do this outside? Anytime width is used, it's together with the width multiplier, which is we can clean this up a bit. But I want to wait 1 sec with that, so we're gonna solve this in an ugly way instead. We're gonna do float or int, I suppose, int subdivision. And then we're gonna use this one here instead, and that should be it. Grass subdivision. Beautiful. Okay, so now we have the same length. Great. I want to add a note up here as well. We will be able to clean this one up immensely. Clean up, I should understand. Okay, and we had a second problem. So we have this one. We have a T here and we have a T here. Which seems to be okay, but let's call it S. Okay, do we get, so if we have 4 here, we have 0.10, 1, 2. Okay, so this one has 3, this one has 2. So if we're at a position 0 from the camera, we should be seeing 4 quads. Actually, we can do it 0.5. So 4 quads, 4, 3, 2, and then 1. Yeah. So what was it? 6? Is that too much? 5, 6. I'm working with, let's see what the performance is here. Jesus, why are we seeing such bad performance? That's not good. Uh, 20 to 60, 5. Improves it a bit, but not too much actually. So now we have 4 quads for each grass draw, independent on how far away from the camera it is. What are we, around 55? If we do 1, actually, for 1, 5 FPS, and that's rough. What if we do 15? The tessellation is, okay, this is not, we're not really seeing the improvement I would like to see. Tessellation is actually, okay, I want to try something. Tessellation is extremely heavy compared to this. I want to try, let's pause this one and let's see So what we're using now is a plane 64 times 64. I want to see what performance change we get if we use... The default mesh is a 128 times 128. And then we just do lower the subdivision instead. I think I want to try that. Let's see. Plane 64 times 64. Plane 64 times 64. Should be able to do subdivision here, right? And we do it once. It should be... I'm okay with that. It should be... Actually, let's duplicate it. Remove it from this one, add it to this one, and we do apply. 128 times 128. It looks to be all right. Okay. Plane 128. Actually, let's do it. Let's duplicate this one. Hide this one. And we change this one to, oops, 128. And then we go grass subdivision bounds, if we take 4 here instead. Are these grass straws taller than this one? Oh yeah, it's the same material, I forgot that. So let's do 128 times 128. 5. Okay, same exact settings. This one uses a 64 times 64 plane in the bottom, and we have a subdivision of 5. 62. Still extremely bad performance. I don't like seeing this. $128. Worse. Oops. Fuck. Okay, that boggles my mind. The fuck? Do we have more grass straws? Not that much. No, it looks to be pretty much the same. Yeah, the popping is bad. We don't even have that good performance. Oops. Okay, this is rough. Like if you could minimize the popping, could let's see. I find this fun, I'm me. This is fun. It's 5 and 60. Let's go 10. Subdivision. Do I want to make this into an int? Yeah, we're getting some. Oh, yeah. Let's do. We want to lerp here, and then we want to do a round, I think. wonder if we can do it like this. Okay. 5, 6. Okay, that's a little bit better. Okay, less popping, nice. Okay, it's a little bit better. And what if we do... Okay, let's go with 5. And then we do 10. 90 frames. Okay, that's way better. Still not that good performance, not a little bit too sparse here, to be honest. Okay. So how does the popping look if we keep everything the same, but we do this instead? So we base the position of the grass straw on the first vertex of the triangle instead of the middle of the triangle. Which means that these values will be the same even though we tessellate it. So like vertices that are there will not change. We will only add new ones, but we spawn grass straws on the same position. That's one drawback, which can be seen here. Like this is way more sparse. It's the same amount of grass straws, it's just way sparser. But how does the popping looks, yeah, it's pretty much the same. I think it's a tiny bit better, because the grass straws that are already there, they don't change position, rotation, scale, or anything like that. They don't change properties. Although we have this, yeah, and this. Yeah, this is tough. What's up, Geralt? This is okay. Like, this isn't too sparse, I don't think. So if we could make the popping appear less and optimize it a bit more, then I'm okay with this kind of result. It's almost too thin. Thank you, Geralt. Appreciate it. But the performance of it is quite shit at the moment, unfortunately. Pop isn't too visible on stream. Yeah, probably not. But it's damn visible here. It's better. Yeah, there's a lot of parameters to tune and stuff like that. Mr. Ice, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, this is gonna be hard to get right, but yeah, it looks good. 40 frames, not too good. 20 to 50. If we go 10 here, then the popping is a bit more visible on stream, I suppose. One thing that bothers me though, I want to try it. Let's see. We're at 65 frames here. Yeah, I want to try this. Let's see. I'm gonna fuck up a lot of things now, but I want to try. Let's take this one, remove that one, and then we do. You can soften the popping in the distance by adding some distance fog and maybe optionally some distance blur. That's definitely a good idea. Definitely. But like, and I'm gonna write it down, but like we want to get it to work as good as possible without adding, what is the term for those? Like blurs and mirrors effect, the type of effects a magician would use. But yeah, definitely. Okay, so what if we do fuck these barocentric chords. What was we were at like 65 FPS. Yeah. So if we make our geometry shader use point instead, I think we do it like this. Position 502. Oh yeah. Float 3. O at 569. Oh yeah, we still want to do... We still want to instantiate this one. Okay, so at the moment we don't get any difference, I don't think, except for we don't have these anymore. Because even though our geometry shader uses point here, Unity tells this mesh that render this mesh with triangles. So pretty much what this one does right now is we're still working with triangles here, we just limit ourselves to 1 point. But if we do ground and we do renderer, no, we do private mesh filter, is it mesh filter? I think it is. And then we do mesh filter dot mesh dot topology, get topology. Oh, what is it? Mesh topology. Actually, but I want to set it. Topology Unity. Fuck. Oh, we're gonna have to do it like that. I think last time we worked with this, we searched for something like Unity geometry shader points. Invoking geometry shader for every vertex of a mesh. Here we go, and then we have something like this. Mesh set indices points. Are we gonna have to do this? Ah, fuck me. So we want to do mesh filter dot mesh dot set indices, and then I guess we want to do mesh filter mesh dot get indices. Submesh. Leo Daniel, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. Fuck. Do I have some mesh generation in this project right now? Don't think so. I don't remember setting them like... I don't remember using a method to set the indices. But maybe one did. One sec, I'm gonna look at one of my previous projects. Oh, yeah, that's true. You work with triangles. Yes, you have an integer. Jesus, how could I not remember that? You have an integer array. And you build your triangles. But oh, yeah. Okay. But still, I would like mesh filter set indices. Mesh filter dot mesh dot get indices. And then we need a submesh. A submesh index, is that 0? What's up, Smack My Peach? That fucking name, man. Let's do mesh topology. Can I do it like this? Points. Yeah. Int submesh 0. Yeah, let's try it. I wonder if we're gonna see the grass spawning on different points now. Jesus. Question mark? Yeah, we're probably gonna shorten it to peach in the future. Okay, this looks cool, but far from what I want. Okay, so then the question is this wrong or is something in the shader wrong? So let's do, let's add a prototype material here. I don't know. This one. And let's see what happens to the mesh. Yeah, the mesh gets fucked. Plane. Still seems like we're working with the correct points, right? Still doesn't explain. Still doesn't explain this, I don't think. It's hard to debug the mesh as well when you don't have anything but this to go on. Because now when we render the mesh as points, we get this, and then we generate I thought we... Okay, for this point we generate 2 grass straws. Okay, so something is still... I wonder if this one probably works. The problem now is in procedural grass here. What we would do? Point, in, out, triangle, stream. We just use a point. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. Okay, is it because we're using points? We're using points here now. Still getting 2 grass straws on the same point though. Or are we? Yeah, we are. Is it because we're still working with domain triangles here? I don't really know how one would go about Oh, yeah, okay, so we still need to work with try there. We can't work with... Okay. Still doesn't understand why we're getting multiple grass straws on one point, though. Wouldn't be too shocked if we still... if this still screws it up somehow. Yeah, this doesn't help. Although I still think it's a little bit weird this. Okay, so let's assume that this is the correct way to set it, although, yeah. Okay, so let's assume that's correct. That means that this one is being fed the same vertex points multiple times, because we're just generating one grass straw at the same point here. Unless... yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. Wasn't it just triangle? I think so. Whoa, 1 sec. Okay, if I could remove, or if I could improve the visuals of the popping, like make it less apparent, and just make it a tiny bit more thick, closer to the character, then I would be happy, I think. And keep it above 100 FPS in the editor. That would be very nice. Is it possible, however? No idea. This thickness is pretty okay, I think. And then we make it more stylized. Maybe you can blur the grass a little bit in the distance to hide a pop in. Yeah. Someone mentioned that previously. That's definitely something we're probably gonna do later on, but we want to hide it without popping it first. What's up, Play Lizard? Popped grass should be 0 scale and getting to 1 as you get a little bit closer. Yeah, we talked about that idea as well. And like, popped grass should be 0 scale and getting to 1 as you get a little bit closer. That's also one of the reasons we tried to do this with a point cloud instead of a triangle. So when we generate blades of grass, we do it in the middle of the triangle. And not on the vertices, because if we do it on the vertices, we're gonna generate grass on the same vertex twice. But if we generate it in the middle of the triangle, even though, so let's say we have this quad and we generate a grass straw here and a grass straw here, and then when we get closer to the quad, we subdivide this quad like this. So maybe in a way that this grass straw will still be in the middle of a triangle, and we will just generate 3 new ones. Even though this position is pretty much almost the same as it was previously, it's still different enough that when we generate the width and height and rotation and bending of the grass straws right about here, so then we use the position as a seed to a random float. Like, this one looks to be the same, but it's different enough that this returns a different value, which means that grass that's already there, they add to the popping thanks to the properties of it being different. If that makes any sense. What's up, Pseudo, by the way? I'm pretty good. We're working on grass here. We're trying to get it more optimized. I want to keep my constraints here are pretty much, I want to keep this thickness closest to the camera. I want to minimize the popping, and we want to push this up to, I don't know, 100 FPS. That would be like that would be sick if we could get that to work. But let's show it by doing, let's go to scene and let's take selection wire. Let's go down to 1. Actually, let's keep the selection wire. So this grass straw here, look at that one. If we change this one to 2, actually, okay, look at this grass straw. If we change to 2, it has the same properties, but if we change to 3, it has totally different properties. That sucks. Even though it's almost at the exact same position, its properties are changed. So the seed value, its world position, which we get from barycentric coordinate interpolation, it gets changed Just a tiny bit. Limit the float to 2 digits. Yeah, I would love to be able to do that. I don't know. We did some half-assed searches for that previously. HLSL. Limit float to limit float decimals. Can we do something like this? Would be amazing. Let's see if something like that would work. It would be extremely nice. So if we go to 1 to 2, it doesn't change at all here. Okay, so let's limit the wind as well. So no wind. 1, 2. It's exactly the same, but if we go to 3, it's way different. And like this adds to popping. If we can remove this so that this grass straw is exactly the same, because it's being generated at roughly the same space. If we can limit the property change, then we fix part of the popping, you know. And if we can do that, then we can start working with scale of the grass. So the further away we are, the smaller scale we have on newly generated grass. I don't know. So yeah, there exists a lot of ways to improve the popping. And if we improve the popping, we can play around with these settings here, making it more thick, closer to the camera, and less so further away from the camera, maybe improving the FPS, and yeah. One, 2. Jesus. So we can check it this one as well. So this is at 0. So it's actually 2 to the power of 0. So 1, 2. Oh. This one sucks. Okay, so going from 0 might not be a good thing. So this we definitely want to avoid. So here we have a grass straw, here we don't. That's also something we want to avoid. I think we only get that going from 0 to 1, however. So we're going from 0 to 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. We never remove grass straws, we only add them. Right. No, the one grass doesn't matter. So max distance, we can just have it like this. Pretty much. Or we could actually have it at like this and then do we have 0 here? So it's okay, but what bothers me more is, or the most is, look at this grass. If we go from 2 to 3, it changes properties, and we want to avoid that. So let's see if a trick like this does it. I'm not entirely sure. So it's pretty much this one we want to change, this one, because it's this one we use as a seed later on. So before we do anything random, so right about here we can do position world space. I'm skeptical, but we should be able to do position world space times 100 divided by 100. And do we want to do it like, oh yeah, okay, I get it. So it's pretty much changing it to an integer and then changing it back to a float. Where is it? So just doing it like this doesn't work. But can we do... can we do round and then 0.0. Actually, round on a vector, not sure about that. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nice. Very nice. That's a good point, Epoch. SVK. A very good point. Okay, so this is nice. Although I wonder, okay. This is less nice. The fuck? Yeah, maybe you want to avoid this type of magic here, or maybe you want to avoid basing too much on this type of magic. Very interesting. Fuck, do we want to use float 3, position world space, random seed is equal to I'm not entirely sure about this, but so we just do random float. We use random seed to this one, and then we keep position world space everywhere else. Although I'm not entirely sure. I want to try it though. Okay. Seems to work. So let's do... Oh shit, I want to do like screen by screen or image by image comparison of how bad the popping is with and without this. So now, let's see if we have some flickering this time around. compared to it's like, I don't even know if it's notable like this. Let's see. But the popping from this has to be bigger than this. In fact, we can add a flag so we can switch this on and off during playtime. But this must be so much better popping wise. And then let's add a flag for that later on or after. I just need to research one thing first, and it's the way we tessellate stuff. More specifically this one. So partitioning, if I remember correctly, the documentation, HLSL official documentation, was pretty bad. Tessellation, HLSL, partitioning, tessellation stages, partitioning. The shader declares the state required by certain number of control points, type of patch face, and the type of partitioning to use when tessellating. And here we have them. Type of partitioning, fractional, odd, even, integer. We do integer right now. I need to see. Tells me nothing. We had some, I know that I've seen some Wikipedia site. Tessellation. Cat-like coding does good stuff, right? What do we have? Partitioning. Oh, Unity. Let's see. Oh, I do love this. Bro, which language are you using? It's HLSL. But if we're programming, like the actual game logic is in C#. But right now we're doing some shaders. Because right now I'm doing this here. So when we're subdividing the edges, we're doing it with a fraction of 2 to the power of subdivision, or 2 to the power of factor, which means that we add a lot of new triangles each step, which also increases the popping. But the reason we do this is because if we don't, you're gonna get like in every other step you're gonna get completely new grass straws. You're not gonna keep the previous positions. We're being shady indeed. So I just wonder if there's a better way to partition this. Okay, intrigued. GLSL precise float. I'm gonna look into that one later on. One sec. Okay, I want to check fractional odd, fractional even. I want to see if there's any difference here, or what kind of difference we get. But let's do. Should have one more, but that one is not described here. But let's see, we have fractional odd, even, power 2. Let's take a look at these. So I want to change. Let's do this, and then we do. Okay, so we're back to this, and let's see how that looks. Let's go with selection wireframe. So if we go from 4 to 5, 4, 5. Oh, not here. Down here. 4, 5. We don't have any grass straw in the same position as previous, right? Maybe it's even easier like this. So this is 1. Then we go to 2. If we go to 4, we can see that this grass straw is on the same position, right? But if we go to 3 between it, it's not. So now the question is, will doing fractional odd or fractional even or power 2 help with this? I don't know. And this one just seems to be this one, but to the power of 2. Like if I go by name alone. But let's see, fractional odd. One, 2, okay, 3. Although, okay, so now we have, this one is at the same position, here, 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 here. But this one moves. Can you do 0.5? If we do subdivision, okay, we do this as an integer. What if we don't do, let's go float. Okay, it's gonna help with the popping, but instead we're gonna have constant motion. Constant motion of the grass. This is very cool. Very cool. So if we didn't base our random variables on the grass position, what can we base it on? So we could definitely use this. Definitely, if we didn't base the properties of the grass straws on the world position, but what are you supposed to base it on otherwise? Or I want to see once again, what did we have? Fractional odd, we had integer. Fractional odd is extremely cool. So this one I guess we won't interpolate between. Now we just go 1, 2, 3. Okay. Wow, very cool, very cool. Very cool. Fractional odd, fractional even. I don't see, I don't know if there's that much difference between them. So fucking cool. Love it. I want to see POW 2 as well. Two, 4, 2, 4, 8, 4, 6, 4, 8. Ooh, maybe we can do this. This is not, or is this too bad? Yeah, it is. 4, 8. Oh, what's up, Booyah Grand MMA? Thank you so much for the raid, appreciate it. Hopefully you had a very nice stream, and yes, over here we're working on grass, or more specifically we're trying to optimize it a bit. because it's pretty damn heavy right now. So yeah, that's what we're doing. And let's see, I can show you what I mean. Let's go back to integer here for our partitioning, and let's do comment this one out and this one. That's a little bit too much subdivision. Is 4 okay? Let's go with 5. Oops. Like, it looks pretty nice, but we're having problem with popping because we don't want to render as much grass in the distance as we do close to the character. So you can see the popping. I think it should be going through on stream. So that's one problem we have. And the other one is we're currently running at 60 FPS, which is way below what I want to run it with. Thank you, Booyah Grandma. Appreciate it. But yeah, so we're down in the rabbit hole of trying to understand the partitioning that happens during the hull shader phase or the tessellation, and see if we can improve it by using that one. Because right now we do, like, we have a problem with grass straws. So this grass straw, so to reduce popping, we can't go from a subdivision of, or we have to go from a subdivision of 2 to 4 to 8 to 16. If we take the ones in the middle, we're gonna have a problem with grass straws switching position, and if they switch position, they are gonna change properties as well. In between one, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. So I can show you what I mean by comment this one out and uncomment this one. So this grass straw right here, if we change to a subdivision of 2, we no longer have a grass straw here. If we go to 3, we have it here again. But if we switch to 4, it's not there, and so on. But if we go from 2 to 4, we can see that this, and this, they will still exist. They won't be altered by going from 2 to 4. And right now we're using an integer partitioning, which means that only for full numbers. But then we have some cool stuff like fractional odd. We can use this one instead. Which better interpolates between the subdivision amount. But here you can also see that since, like, we're gonna have a lot of grass straws moving around, and that's not good, because we base the properties of the grass straw on world position. Like, if the properties of the grass straws didn't change by doing this, although the position change, but that would still be okay, I think. Then this tessellation partitioning approach would be nice, and the closer we get to something, the more we heighten this, basically. But if you don't base the seed of the grass straw, the random number, on the position in world space, so if you don't have the position in world space as the seed, what can you have instead? I don't know. And like, even though if we made this work, so we go with this partitioning, will it look weird when the grass is moving about? I think it will. So maybe this is not the way to go either. But going from, like, let's jump back to, let's take power 2. Try this one. So power 2 is also integer based, but 1, 2, 3. I don't really know what this one is doing. Can't you use the triangle ID as the seed? Ooh. That's a good point. Yeah, let's see if we can make that work. That would be sick. But yeah, that would be sick. Let's try that one. Great idea. Let's see here. 4, 6. Yeah, we need to go 4 to 8 here as well. Okay, so if we could go with the triangle ID as the seed, and then we go with this partitioning, then we're gonna get moving grass. But the moving grass is hopefully gonna be so far away that it's okay. Or actually, if we go with triangle ID as the seed, could we go with, I don't know if I want moving grass, but if we go with an integer partitioning, so we go 1, 2, the question is, does this triangle probably doesn't have the same idea as this triangle, right? Yeah, so we're gonna get, it's gonna change the properties of the grass straw. Whoa. 3, 5. Yeah, 2 to 4 is okay. 4 to 8 is okay. We only add grass straws. We don't change any grass straws. 6, 4, 8, 16. Do you get better subdivision result if you go with quads instead of triangles? Can we go with quads? Enjoy that dinner, Booyah Grandma, and thank you once again for the raid. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Do we get a better result if we do it by quads? If it's possible. I don't even know. So domain triangles, triangle CV. Let's see here, domain shader. Domain shader. Quad. So we would change here to 4. Then if we don't want to do this. Instead, we want to do. Maybe. I don't know. So instead of doing interpolate barycentric, we want to do interpolate. We want to do UVs pretty much. Mikado, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. 1 sec. I need to check one thing. Optimizing this grass is, I think it's definitely possible. It's just gonna be a bit harder than I first anticipated. But before I continue, I just need to run AFK real quick, so I'll be right back. And Rogue Bit, thank you so much as well. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Let's see, where were we? Okay, so if, like, could the quad tessellation, does quad tessellation yield a better result than triangle tessellation? I don't know, but I want to try it. So if we go with quad, I also wonder, in fact, do we need to change? Yeah, we might have the same issue we had with we might very well have the same issue we had with point cloud, like that Unity still tries to render it as a triangle, or the mesh topology is triangle, so we might not even get a okay, so let's wing it. Let's see what we can get. Domain shader. Domain quad 4 output topology quad question mark. Yeah, we're gonna use the same there. Let's go with integer. So then I guess it's 4 here in a patch ID. And we just do this. Output topology. Fuck me. Let's do. So here we don't want to do this, we want to do what is it, interpolation in the X and interpolation in the Y. So given 4 points, we want to do, what is it, we do interpolation between these two, so we get this point, and then we do interpolation between these two, and then we get this point. Is that how we want to do it? I think so. Or if we go X, Y, X. Yeah, okay, so we might want to do interpolation here. But and an interpolation here. Let's see, we want to do something similar here as well. So I wonder if pericentric coordinates domain shader HLSL UV yeah 16. Why do we want to go with 16 there? But if we go with UVs, if we have UVs, is it as easy as taking let's just double check this. Getting point in quad from UV. Jesus. We want to go the other way around. Jesus. Is it double lerp? Is that the best way? Do you want to find min and max of x and y? Does that work? Okay. Quad using UV coordinates. I'm pretty sure it's a let's try it. So instead of doing barycentric like this, we should probably do, let's try here first. Position world space. Although I wonder. Util math. Let's see if. Where do we have it? Interpolate barycentric. Interpolate. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is how you do it. Let's see. Interpolate quad UV maybe. P1, P2, P3, P4, and then we do float 2 UV. Do I want to do P1, 2 is equal to lerp. P1, P2, UV.x. Is this how I want to do it? P3, 4 is equal to lerp P3, P4 UV.x, and then we do return lerp P1, 2, P3, 4 UV.y. Sudo, thank you so much for the follow, by the way. This should be how we do it. Let's try it. Let's see what we have. Interpolate quad UV. So instead of doing interpolate barycentric, we're going to do interpolate quad UV. We have 4 here. And 0, 1, 2. Good luck on the hunt, Cooler SK. 3. And here we just do 0.5, 0.5. How's it going so far? Have we advanced in the grass department? Define advance. I think we're doing progress. And then we do this now, and then we do this. I wonder if I want to... Ooh! That's one thing. For quads, we have 4 edges and 2 insides, I think. Ooh. HLSL hull constant patch function. Yeah, we have something like this. Ooh, then we need to define or redefine hull shader patch constant function output. Four and 2, and I must remember to get that one back later on. Output dot edge 3 is equal to subdivision, And then now we have inside 0 and inside 1. As in not being in the same place as yesterday. Now we're a couple of centimeters forward, I think. Okay, so let's do this instead. Still a tiny question mark around this part, but whatever. And then we have the geometry shader down here, but we have the domain shader first. So let's comment this one out. Take this one and add it here. Jesus, what a monster this one is right now, huh? Domain quad. Yes. Output patch, hull shader control point, output 4. Barycentric coordinates, no. We're working with, what was it? What did we call it? We can call it whatever we want, I think. So UV float 2. This one implies that this one is float 2, I think. If this wasn't enough. Incremental gains indeed. And then we want to change all of these to quad instead. So interpolate quad UV. And we want to do and we also want to change this one to just UV. No cooler SK, unfortunately not. It's still on my watch list. It's still top of my watch list, actually. I haven't added anything yet. Anything more. Okay, so let's see if this works. If we take a look at the hull functions, we have this one instead. We do quad, for, we use this function, we do integer again. I don't know about this one actually. We did a few changes here, a few changes here, and yeah, let's take a look at this pink color we have. P12, util math 37. Oh yeah. Float 3. 366. 366. What did I forget? Oh, float 2. UV 464. Patch is hull shader control point output. Redefinition of, oh yeah, that's true. So let's just add it here instead. Yeah, we're probably going to be pink for a while now. Interpolate quad UV cannot implicitly convert from const float to oh yeah, that's true. Point, line, triangle. Whoa. 315. Oh, not in this one, but here. Oh, is it this one? Output topology. MD Fury, thank you so much for the follow. And greetings. It's this one, right? So or is it this one? Triangle CV. Yeah, it's output topology, although let's see here. Hull. If I can, is it even possible to do quad in domain? It should be possible. Let's do try clockwise or triangle. Sorry. What? Yeah, this. Something is off, right? This is insane. Okay, it's possible that it isn't as straightforward as I initially thought. Could also be that this interpolate quad UV here is extremely wrong. That's definitely true. Position world space, however, this one, yeah, would use it here. I want to double check so that the fault doesn't lie here. We have subdivision 4, 1, 2. Okay, so it's not there. That's good to know. Jesus. Domain quad output control points 3. Should we just do or 4? Should we just do 3 here? But It should be 4, right? Should be correct, but we don't even use this one anymore. So here we just do this, it should be okay. Then we do factors, patch. It should be okay. Could be this, but I'm pretty sure it isn't. Let's see how to write a hull shader. Yeah. Define this, define that, already done. And define this, and then we have it here. Define max points. And this we do. Okay, let's see here. Quad, integer, triangle, CV. Output control point 16. This is sick. And then this one. 16. ID SV output control point ID. This one. Then we have a patch ID as well. Yeah, we don't run with that one. Do we need that one? I don't know. Yeah, we don't use the result of this one here, so onwards we go. Quad, like, is this the cause of it? Is this the cause of the problem? Did I screw up this one that much? Domain quad, domain quad. We get a different result if we do this. If we do this and we get a different result, then yeah. Okay. Like, given 2 random points or 4 random points. Oops. Shouldn't you be able to, if you want to do UV, like if you have 4 different random points and you have a UV coordinate, shouldn't you be able to do, just take 2 random points, this one and these 2, and then you do, so X, we're here, 0.5, 0.5 here, then we'll take this point and we interpolate between those as well. Do we get a different result if we do, I don't know, if you take this one and this one, then we get a point here. Yeah, that's true. The order of it. But or do we want to do, what if you do something like, in fact, we want to do, do you want to calculate max and mins and do, or just it's probably this one that is the cause of the weird tessellation. What's up, Emra? No problem at all. Have you checked out my GitHub repository? I have the source code available there. Okay, so what is the correct way to interpolate here? Let's see if we can find HLSL tessellation quad. Okay, and it still this didn't work, Emra. Check the issues on the GitHub repository. Maybe you can. Whoa, this one is working with triangles, right? Yeah, it seems like it. Yeah. I don't want to work with quads. Let's try this one on game dev. Domain quad integer triangle 4. That's nice. 4 here as well. What do we do? Domain out. So let's see here. Domain quad. Lerp between 0 and 1 on UV. Oh! Whoa, whoa, whoa. Exactly the same I do it. Right? 0, 1. UVX, yep. Let's see if that's the cause for the issue. Okay. Bottom top. This be it? Probably want to rename that one. Okay, so now it's fucked in all directions. P1, P2, P4, P3. Okay. Ooh, output control points 4. Okay. Subdivision 1. Jesus. Triangle CV. We do this, we do that. Okay, we skip this one. Input patch. Vertex out 4. We do that. Vertex share output 4. Yeah. Yeah, we do the same thing here. So this one is the same. Hull shader patch constant function. Do we have one of those here? Let's see which one is defined as it. It's just this one. What's up, Robert? What do you mean? We do pretty much the same thing here. Ooh, do we do 4 patch? Yes, we do. Everything is the same, and then we get to the domain as well. And here we do, I'm a little bit worried about this one still. Let's see, domain quad. Factors. UV domain location. Yes. 4 patch. Nah, we want to go to geometry shader, so we don't want to do this, I don't think. But okay, so the only thing that was different was this one right here. I don't exactly know what you want to call this one actually. Properties. Oh yeah, you call it attribute. Yes sir, that's the correct terminology. And I do this, so what the fuck is going on? Interpolate quad UV 0, 1, 2, 3, and so on and so on and so on and so on. UV, we use these. I don't see where it could be wrong. So right now we do, okay, let's say that they are defined clockwise. So we 1 and 2 and then 4 and 3. That should be correct. This should be bottom, top, bottom, top. So this one. XX, Y. I don't know. Or actually, let's see. That should be okay. is it... Let's do ground and let's uncomment this one. Mesh filter, get mesh filter, set indices. Instead of doing points here, let's do quads. No difference. Can I make sense of this? So, is it just one of the points for each quad or two of the points that is being transformed back to the center? This is very weird, I think. Wow, this one is hard. What's up, JR? In general, how long does it take to become a proficient programmer? I don't know. I have no idea, my man. And in my experience, it seems like a lot of people have a widely different definition of what a proficient programmer is. And which is the best language to learn for a job. Depends on the job. Okay, so the reason for the tessellation part of the shader not working can be a lot of different things. But this one should be defined correctly now, right? quad output control points 4, triangle clockwise, hull patch constant function, so this one, partitioning integer. The moment I've learned programming, I realized I hate programming. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, sometimes, however, it can be extremely frustrating. Like now. Like, my knowledge when it comes to tessellation shaders is close to zero. I just learned it like a couple of weeks ago. So this issue, it's hard for me to find. So this one is probably the one that has, although, let's take a look. Let's compare again. 4. Yeah, so this one is probably the one with the least amount of possible ways of errors. Although I think this should be, oh yeah, we don't even use this one. So we just do this here. This is all that we do in here. So this is correct. This one, however, position world space 0, 1, 2, 3. Position world space. I don't. Factors, we don't even do anything. Zero, 1, 2, 3, and then that's the order we changed. And if we had 3, 4, 3, 4, we get the same result, but we actually have one side is untouched. This is weird. test factory inside test factory, it should be okay. Float edge for inside 2, so that one is correct. Partitioning integer. Oh, whoa, 1 sec. I want to start. I still haven't. I know that I altered ground to do this, but we still haven't tried if this one actually fixes it. So, like when we send the mesh to the GPU, we tell it like, hey, this mesh uses a mesh topology quads. Right now, maybe we need to do that to be able to tessellate it using quads. I'm not too sure. Would be happy to find out that's true, but I doubt it. It's better, but the fuck. Still 3, 4, 3, 4. Okay, so that's not it. The fuck is going on here? Subdivision 0, 1, 2, 3. I don't know. It's better than what we previously had, but it's still like, the fuck is this? Unity HLSL tessellation quad tessellation. Triangle patch tessellation looks awful. Oh, indeed, I agree on that one. Quad tessellation would make much better vertex distribution for things like height map tessellation. I'm sorry, with the hull shader trying to do silly things. Exactly, so that's what we have to do. That's what we do on run. Not working, I tried. Okay, that's depressing. Way later, however. Let's see here. What do we have? What do we have? Oh, this one is short. 0132. Yeah, that's the way we do it. AB, no, that's the way we do it. But then we do... Okay, so this one is pretty much exactly the same as the previous one we looked at. But what is the difference between this one and... This is pretty much our setup as well, except for integer here instead. Yeah. Yeah, we do exactly this. But it still doesn't work. So... quad tessellation. Damn. Fuck me. Okay, so if this is true, we're not going to be able to solve this using quad tessellation. Okay. And like, I believe this. Like, I can't. I don't know what. Like, it doesn't matter how many times I go through my code, I can't really see what should be the problem. If Unity supported quad tessellation, if URP supported quad tessellation, I shouldn't be getting the results I'm getting. I don't think. But yeah. Still not sure. This one is great, I think, but triangles, yes. This one was pretty good, but fuck, would love quads. Like, yeah, everybody mentioned it, but no. What the fuck? Yeah, same here. Same here. Fuck, this sucks. Okay, we're just gonna have to play around with triangles, it seems. Do I want to keep these? No, I don't think so. Okay, that's unfortunate. But you live and you learn. So first of all, 3. Do I need to do... Okay, so this is still the best approach to this, I think. Doing it with 2 as a base and then subdivision as the exponent. And I'm gonna have to do some thinking about this one, how we want to solve this. Doing it with quads would probably fix... could probably improve the popping a bit with quads. I still think the popping looks a bit too... One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we add so many new grass straws, so the popping is still extremely apparent. That's unfortunate. But yeah, if we could, if we somehow could send information onwards, like this is a triangle generated from tessellation, then lower the starting position of that one. Yeah. How about removing one segment from the grass blade? We actually have that optimization as well. So grass blades close to the camera are 4 quads, and grass blades far away from the camera are 1 quad, which improves it a bit. So without it we're at 56 frames. With that optimization we are at 60. Like, it's not a whole lot. A blend between textures, too much cost. What? Texture reads and blends are always costly, but like, which textures are you thinking about? What should we blend? But we still have the issue of the ground being extremely dark far away. If we can make it, like, the further away it is, the more we go towards the grass top visuals. That will fix quite a lot as well. We're gonna experiment some more about this. Yeah. Appreciate it, Fabic. What's up, Peter Pun? Okay, Habemus. So first of all, the grass straws are individual meshes. I know, it's sick, but so what we do is that, like, we tessellate the ground. Like, the further away it is from the camera, the less tessellation we do, and then for each triangle we generate a grass straw. For each triangle we generate a grass straw. And, like, we could do so that a grass straw, like, to reduce the popping, we could make the newly generated grass straw have a scale of 0, and then we scale it upwards. But then we're gonna have to figure out which grass straw is newly generated and stuff like that. Yeah, it's a lot of issues. So the problem right now is that when we generate the grass straws here, like, we tessellate the ground underneath so that, let's see, it looks pretty good actually. If we take tessellation back to, fuck, I don't have so much more time. Let's do 1 here. So the closer we are to the camera, the more we tessellate it. So close to the camera it looks like this. Far away it looks like this. And then we generate 1 grass straw per triangle, which means that we have more grass straws closer to the camera, right? So what we need to figure out, if we want to do something with the newly generated grass straws, so the popping is basically a set of grass straws appearing out of nowhere. So we need to figure out which are the new grass straws, and then we scale them to 0 and make them appear more the closer we are. Yeah, we can probably do it in some way. Probably. Like, it's not impossible. But unfortunately, that's gonna have to wait until tomorrow, because I need to quit for today. If it's performant enough, will you make it a commercial product? Probably. I will probably release it in some capacity. Don't know if it will be for free on GitHub or, I don't know, Patreon exclusive or just on the Unity store. I have no idea just yet. But yeah, we're going to continue this adventure tomorrow, hopefully with some more progress, because I have to run now. Can you pre-compute the next tessellation step? Maybe. We will think about it, but yes, I really need to run now. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. I will continue the struggle tomorrow. Hopefully I'll see you then. Have a great rest of the day.